Good morning, everybody. This is Gloria Kavlicute coming to you live from the 2022 ICSA College Sailing National Championship for the Dinghy Open Fleet Race. We're here at Tulane University, and I'm joined here with Sam Tobin. Sam, can you tell us a little bit about today's conditions?
Well, thanks, Gloria. Yeah, I mean, today it looks like a little bit of an easterly, somewhat strong breeze. We have crews kind of in that nice medium range, out sometimes, in the boat closer to the top, but yeah, it's definitely looking like some fun conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as if you, for those of you that have been following us, pardon me, we had the semifinals yesterday. Top 9 teams from the Eastern and Western semifinals advanced on to the finals. And so now we have the top 18 teams in the country competing for one trophy, the Open Fleet Race National Championship for the 2022 ICSA College Sailing National Championship. So, Sam, you're sailing for Yale, and Yale just walked away with a trophy for the Team Racing National Championship. So how are you guys feeling after that?
Definitely feeling pretty good. That was a nice win for us to get. We've been working hard all season. But, it's not over, and we're still working and still hungry to get that next one.
Yeah, there you go. That's the attitude we're looking for. So, folks, we have about one race from A Division and B Division underway. So both divisions are now sailing their second race of the day. I believe that it's going to be a long day because if you look at the forecast for New Orleans at the moment, we're going to be seeing some scattered thunderstorms for tomorrow and the remainder of the week. So, it's going to be tight racing today without a doubt, and we're going to be seeing, I think, a very, very long day in the water today. So, and we'll see what is to come for the Women's National Championship as well. But I think with this weather, we're going to be seeing some delays or possibly some time on shore as well. At the moment, looking at it, I see that for today's forecast, I'm seeing some scattered thunderstorms for between 3 to 5 p.m. But it's we have a great PRO out there, and I'm sure that he will be making very good calls about where he's going to want these races happening or not. So, looking at the Eastern semifinals, we did see that. Let's go ahead and take a look. We did see that Stanford walked away with the win for the Eastern semifinals, and University of Rhode Island walked away with the win for the Western semifinals. So now we're going to be seeing these top 9 teams advancing. Here on the screen, we've got our Eastern semifinals final scores. I don't believe those are updated. I know that St. Mary's did come in 8th place, with BU in 9th for the Eastern semifinals. But we have our top teams here, top 18 teams. So, Sam, tell me a little bit about how your team. You guys finished second in your semifinal. So tell me what did you guys do to kind of reset, as the scores do not carry over into the finals. So how's your team feeling going into today?
Definitely pretty good, I'd say. I mean, the semifinals are always interesting because it allows several different people to go out and get a feel for what the conditions are and see sort of, what we might want our final lineup to look like. And I know a lot of teams had some decisions to make. Certainly every sailor on the water and a lot of those off the water are incredibly talented. But, I think that was the purpose of the semifinal for us, was just a nice tune-up.
Absolutely. Nice little practice for the finals, right?
Yeah, and that's not to say that nothing's ever a guarantee.
Right.
So we were trying to sail hard and make sure that we get into that final. But it's a good way to reset after team race and get back into the mode of fleet racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you're on a very strong team. You guys have a very deep team and very strong. You guys have put up such strong performances all spring and even in years leading up to this spring season. So, tell me a little bit about your team. It's great that we've got you up here, and you're going to give us a little bit of an insight of such a dominating team. So, tell me a lot about the Yale sailing team.
Yeah, well, I suppose there's a lot to tell. Either way, I certainly love being a part of this team because our culture has always been so great, and that starts from the top down, but in a lot of ways it also comes from the bottom out. We had a great class of freshmen this year who are dedicated and work really, really hard. Some of them are here today. A lot of them will be coming for the women's. That happens next. And we're fortunate to be led by such strong sailors and people like Sean, Sonia, Anisha, and Helena. So I'd say the culture is what allows us to, continue to just work hard and keep fighting for the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. And what year are you, Sam?
I'm a junior.
Lovely.
So I got one more year.
Yeah, there you go. So, looking on to the team, as you said, you have these strong leaders, a lot of seniors that are all going to be graduating. Are you guys going to miss them?
No, not at all. Just kidding. Yeah, we're really going to miss them. Definitely, I've looked up to this class since I came in. But, despite missing them, we're not going to let go of the lessons in leadership that they had.
Right.
And we're going to try and carry that forward into the next class that comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And, why don't you talk a little bit about your coaches that you have for the Yale sailing team?
Well, that's where we might be the most lucky. We've got phenomenal coaches in Zach Leonard, Bill Healy, and Thomas Barrows. Thomas was a graduate of Yale in 2010, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
But they've been doing a fantastic job all year. All three of them are just not only very talented sailors, but some of the most thoughtful people that you might meet. So we're definitely lucky to have them. And, without them, we certainly wouldn't be in the same place that we are today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, following up on that, tell us a little bit about New Haven. What is there to do? I know you guys got really good pizza out there. What would be your favorite pizza place in New Haven?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of names that people might know, like Sally's and Pepe's.
Right.
I'm
Which
more of
one?
a Sally's guy myself.
Okay.
There's sort of the Roman style thin pizza,
Right,
where Pepe's is a little bit thicker. But yeah, I mean, the pizza's great, but there's also New Haven's surprisingly diverse, and there's a big Italian population, but also very strong Middle Eastern and Greek population. So the food, the Greek and Middle Eastern food is also very good.
Right.
But it's a great city, and it can get really cold. But
yeah,
I
bet.
We're not the only ones that have that complaint. So
yeah, no, without a doubt. So there's the food is great, and you definitely gotta accustom yourself to the climate for sure. How are you guys dealing with the heat and humidity here? Because I live in New England now as well, and I gotta tell you, this humidity is brutal.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's not too different from what New England gets to in the summer or can get to. But I think there are a lot of us that, when we left, it was just becoming spring and starting to get warm, but certainly without this humidity. So it was an adjustment for sure.
Yeah.
But after a couple days, I think we're able to get a handle on it.
Right. So, looking at our screens now, folks, you can see that those are the Zim FJs. That is our B division racing at the moment. All day today, for the most part, you should be seeing the A division 420s with the big 2-lane green angry wave. That will be your A division. But out there right now, we have our Zim FJs. That is our B division. And from the looks of it, in boat 8, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like they are our current leaders. And in boat 8 for B division, we have the Harvard Crimson. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at which Crimson is sailing this race at the moment, which I do not have on TechScore, but current leaders right now in B division. Of course, this is only after one race, but we've got Cameron Wood in second, Georgetown third, Tufts fourth, Tulane 5th, Dartmouth 6th, St. Mary's 7th, Hobart 8th, Fordham 9th, Yale 10th, Harvard 11th, Connecticut College 12th, Boston College 13th, Navy 14th, URI 15th, Coast Guard 16th, Stanford 17th, Boston University, and 18th, Brown Bears. So we can go ahead. I'm going to go and try and refresh. I don't think that we have put in our second race of A division just yet, but at the moment, the 3 leaders of A Division are Stanford, Tulane, and Boston College. So it does appear that Harvard is rounding the mark in first place at the moment, followed by Boat 3, which, let me pull that up. Boat 3 should be the Brown Bears. Looks like it's a pretty piled up top mark here. But I'm seeing Boat 18 round behind. That's going to be Yale. That's your team, Sam?
It's a good one for Jack.
Right. 15th, we have Coast Guard. 17th, we have URI. In Boat 1, I believe that is, we're going to have BC. Boat 9, we have Hobart. 6, we have Fordham Rams. Boat 2, BU. If that's not 12. I see. I'm not sure what boat that is right behind them. I think that is, if I can see their bout number, Boat 4, Connecticut College, followed by 13, Tufts, 16, Navy, 7, Georgetown, followed by 14, Tulane. That's going to be a little bit of a digger for them, especially after they've had such a strong first set or first race for their A Division as well. But here we go. We have an update on the A Division scores. Currently sitting in first, tied for first, is Navy and BC. Third, Hobart. Fourth and fifth, Dartmouth and Fordham. Sixth, Tulane. Seventh, Stanford. Eighth, Yale. Ninth, Coast Guard. 10th, Harvard. 11th, St. Mary's. 12th, Connecticut College. 13th, URI. 14th, BU. 15th, Brown. 16th, Tufts. 17th, Georgetown. 18th, Raj. So we're definitely seeing a mix-up here. I know this is only 2 races. It's too early on to say anything. But I got to say, I mean, the moment you go below, let's see. The moment you go below, I mean, even for the Stanford Cardinals to have a 116, that's going to be, this is going to be, I'm starting to see that right off the bat. These conditions must be difficult because I'm not seeing too much consistency amongst these players. What are you thinking, Sam?
Definitely after the first set, it's hard to say, how it'll all shake out. But I'm sure that the conditions out there, it generally looks like one side will come in at a time,
right,
and those boats in the middle might have a challenge and get caught in the middle a little bit. But definitely, this is incredibly competitive racing. So, I'm not so surprised to see a little bit of inconsistency in the first set.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll just have to see which teams can actually figure out the condition
right,
the most quickly, 'cause those will be the winners.
Right. So do you normally skip or crew? Do you do both? Where do you place yourself?
Well, I do a little bit of both today. I'm here as a land crew.
Nice.
If the storm gets a little closer, then I might be on the water. But
Yep.
yeah, most of the time in practice in light air, I'm driving the boat.
Awesome. Yeah. So having sailed regattas, having to go out there for the first time, this direction is slightly different from yesterday. What is kind of the for you, and sorry folks if you can hear a lot of children screaming, there is there's a little pool party going on downstairs. I don't know whose birthday is being celebrated or what. Do we want to be there? Yes, I would love to be in the pool right now. But there's a little pool party. You might be hearing some kids screaming in the background. I think they're having a lot of fun down there, and but we're having our own kind of fun up here. So, so going back to what I was saying, but I had to mention that, guys. So, going back to it, when it's the first day, the first set of regatta, what is kind of the mentality that you want to be setting when you're going out there?
Well, I'm sure everyone has their own routine in terms of how they can get focused. For some, it helps to not really think about anything at all and empty your head. And some like to study the conditions as much as they can. Right. All in all, I think, it helps to get out early as they did and have some time to sail around before the race. But it's certainly the only way you're really going to figure it out is just once the races begin and you can actually see what decisions are paying off most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely like a little warm-up round here. The first set seems to always be that way. You just kind of got to shake off the rust a little bit. The rust from 12 hours ago.
And shake off the nerves too.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
everyone's, this is the final, and the semifinals. Some people might have been a little more relaxed, but now this is for all the marbles. So I'm sure there are a lot of nerves flying around on those teams out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is not going to be easy sailing either. Like, we're talking like the top 9 teams from each semifinals has moved on to this round. So you're now going to get to sail against these boats that you didn't even get to sail against the last 2 days. So, it definitely stirs things up a little bit, and the stakes are much higher without a doubt. So, there's no more climbing to the top 9. This is a battle of who's going to be on the podium, who's going to be walking away with the trophy, and that's the kind of stress that might be sitting on some of these sailors' shoulders, and especially for the teams that are coming in to defend a title, or a team that had the year off last year, like you guys from Yale. You guys didn't get to sail last year, but tell me a little bit about how that was like. Was that a little bit frustrating for you guys, seeing that there was still a national championship and, wanting to be there and so on?
In some ways, yes, but I think, a good portion of our team actually took the year off regardless, and were able to do kinds of sailing and a lot of other things that they might not have been able to do otherwise. So, seeing that there was a national championship was good in a lot of ways, because we were just happy that people were getting to sail. Obviously, Yale did not allow us to compete in any regard, which was a little bit disappointing, but we were glad to see it happen.
Yeah, that was a lovely answer. That was a great answer, yeah. And so did you take the year off, or?
I did something a little weird. I took the spring off, the spring and then the subsequent fall. So a little unconventional, but it's just the way that things worked out.
Yeah. So what kind of sailing do you like to get into other than college sailing? Where are you from, Sam? Tell me a little bit more about yourself. Where are you from? Yeah. What's your sailing background? How did you get into it? Tell me more about you.
Yeah, Gloria. I'm from Ridgefield, Connecticut, which, for those who know, it is not that close to water. It's about a half-hour drive from the Sound.
Wow.
Grew up sailing in Darien, and didn't really do it at the kind of level that a lot of the sailors out here have competed at. But I love junior sailing, and at this stage, I'm sort of excited to get into the adult sort of casual keelboat racing.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. It's definitely, some of it's casual, some of it's definitely not, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah, I guess I meant I'd like to be on the more casual end of it.
Right, there you go. Like Wednesday night beer can racing or something.
Right, that's sort of my speed.
Yeah.
But, it was a good place to grow up. Long Island Sound in the summer has no wind.
Yep, that's so I've heard.
It can be just as humid as we have down here.
Oh, wow.
But, it's a really great community to be a part of. Either way, and I always loved the kind of mix between camaraderie and competitiveness that sailing seems to offer. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's great. No, there's definitely a lot of, that's the neat thing about after college sailing is there's a total mix-up. It looks like we have a bunch of boats here through the finish. It looks like boat 3 was able to take the lead here. Why don't we go ahead and that's going to be the Brown Bears that took the lead here, followed by boat 17 might have clinched the win here. That's URI Rams, followed by boat 3. Boat 1, we have the BC Eagles. That looks like the BC Eagles had quite a climb up in that race. Then a boat 8, Harvard Crimson. It looks like they may or may not have been able to hold on to the win in that race. I'm seeing another boat 1, the BC Eagles, boat 12. It looks like Stanford, followed by a few others, all kind of right next to one another, but I'm seeing a 15 Coast Guard, 11 St. Mary's, 9 Hobart, 6 Fordham. So, folks, just stay tuned. We're going to be refreshing these scores for you. That way we can try and get a better idea of where the B division finished for that race. But But as I was saying earlier, that's the one really neat thing is post-college sailing. You can kind of take any route you're looking for. You can go into the very competitive fields like that you can get yourself on an IC37 or, the Melgis 15 class or, any one of those kind of boats. I'm just thinking the ones that most people, the typical ones in Newport that people are getting into. But they've got the VX1s and the J22s, J70s, the list goes on and on and on, match racing and so on. And then there's always like the chill Wednesday night beer can racing, so, and I'm very grateful and lucky that I live in Newport, Rhode Island, where actually there's so many sailing opportunities. You can say yes to all of them and then get a little bit overwhelmed sometimes and then be like, actually, I need to take at least one day off from the week from sailing, because you'll find that they have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday night racing, plus Saturday, Sunday racing. So, there's definitely endless options for those, for all these college sailors after their collegiate careers, without a doubt. So it looks like we've got our B division has come to shore. It looks like all the coaches have cleared out here. But, so Sam, tell me, which boat is your favorite to sail? Would you say you like the 420 or FJ better?
I grew up sailing 420s, and it was a lot easier for me to get used to the new collegiate 420, the Z420. But I say I prefer FJs. It's a lot more. I guess it's hard to say. There's a lot more. It feels like there's more just feel to it in terms of, how well you can understand the boat's response to what you do to it.
Right.
So I usually have more fun sailing those. It's also the fact that, when it's light air, you sail FJs.
Yeah.
I get to drive.
Yeah, that's very true, yeah. So it looks like our B division scores have been updated. I'm going to go ahead and pull those up. So it looks like, 1 second, folks, here. So it looks like BC finished in 3rd, Hobart finished in 12th, Yale finished in 5th, Harvard finished in 4th, Fordham finished in 11th, Navy 14, Tulane 15, St. Mary's 8, Dartmouth 17, URI 2, Coast Guard 6, Stanford 7, Tufts 10, Connecticut College 9, Georgetown 13, Brown 1, Roger Williams 16, BU 18. And so, looking around now, another thing I want to note as well is the Yale team. You guys have not just like such strong support from the coaches, but I noticed that you guys have quite the support system from parents as well.
Yeah, that's true. There have been a lot of parents at the regattas this spring, and I think part of that is that for someone's senior year, especially Sean and Sonia, their parents are going to want to see them, compete for the last time and hopefully win. But, just their presence is certainly inspiring and just always positive, which is really nice to see.
Yeah, I was very, lucky I was able to see them. I know I saw, in my junior sailing career, I spent a lot of time with the Nicolosis. Great family full of talent, unspeakable talent.
Impressive.
I was like, I need some of those genes. So, and that's a great family, and I see that they've been such great supporters of the Yale sailing team as well, and have always been there supportive of their junior sailing careers as well, and having such a strong parental presence, and that just goes to show, these parents have put in so much work into helping their kids with their sailing careers and so on. I mentioned this at the end of team racing, but parents are the ones that travel with you to events when you're a kid, and they're the ones that they drive you to practice, pick you up from practice, drive you to the regatta early in the morning, sit around at the regatta from 8 to 5 while you're out there on the water, and it's a massive kudo to parents. I mean, in the end, yes, like coaches and everything else matters, but parents, I think, are the real ones that really, really deserve all this recognition. Of course, coaches have to deal with us as well, and like little temper tantrums maybe sometimes some sailors can have, after a bad race and so on. But parents are the real deal here. So this is a big applause and to all the parents out there, all the parents that are listening. I'm sure that there's parents on the live broadcast right now, and they're the real superstars, I think, of every single kid's sailing career. There's definitely no doubt about that. So I've got a nice question from one of your teammates, Becca Rose, a former Grizzly like me. We both went to the same high school. She now sails with you at Yale. So she wanted me to ask you about Dangerous Daryl or William Widestance. Big supporters of the team.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dangerous Daryl is no longer around, but Will Widestance certainly has been a huge proponent of our success, and his importance can't be understated. So we're glad to have him around.
You want to tell me a little bit about who that is?
Yeah, just some local New Haven lore.
Oh, nice.
Maybe not worth getting into at this
stage. Got it. Noted. Yeah, folks, just stick along here. We're waiting for the start for the 420s A division to start. We're just waiting for them to start is basically what I'm trying to say in my fancy lingo. So just stick around here. And it's day one of the finals, so just be patient with us. We'll be in and out of the live stream. We will make sure that all the boats and races are visible from the live stream if I step away for even a little bit. So, just be patient with us. We're there you go, Sam. Look at that. You've got some supporters here. Nathan, VT69, Mia. So look at that. You've got some supporters on the YouTube live stream right now. Do you have anything to say to your fans?
It's a great day to be a dog.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting parts about today will be, obviously in the last 2 days, they were using one fleet for each regatta.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm interested to see which teams can react to sort of the constant sailing. There won't be as much opportunity to rest up. And we're seeing these fleets change very quickly and sail back out.
Oh, absolutely.
So we'll just have to find out who can react the best to
that. Yeah, I think that's a really, really great point to make. It was definitely a little bit harder for me to keep track here on shore, especially of, it got a little bit confusing out there. Like, I know the Eastern, I believe, got a little bit ahead of the Western, and so, it was like an A division for Western, B division for Eastern, and, it started getting a little bit confusing for me to keep track of that. But I think that today you're going to be seeing that I will be making much less slip-ups. It's a lot easier to keep track of who's in what boats, because now our A division boats are going to be in the same boats as B division for each team. So folks, it's going to be a lot easier for me to keep track of it today, and for you guys that are watching from home to keep track of it. And today's definitely going to be a long day, I can tell you that much. I'm seeing a lot of nice breeze over by the bridge, and the rotations seem to be much easier because we've got some nice breeze in the channel here. But as you can see, we're seeing the boats lining up at the start line. I'm seeing boat 15 looking like they're going for that pin start. Let's go ahead and take a look. That's the Coast Guard Academy Bears. Followed right next to them, we've got the 2-lane Green Wave. Oh, Coast Guard jibed out. Looks like they were maybe not making the pin. Followed by a jibe by 2-lane as well. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken. That is Tufts. That is Tufts in 14. 15 happens to be Navy Midshipmen. So it looks like that's going to be an A division. Looks like they're jibing out. Looks like folks are struggling to make the pin here. I'm seeing quite a few jibes out. 11, that looks like Stanford, followed by Dartmouth going for a jibe out and a duck here. Let's see if they're going to have the cross. Ooh, and they have the cross. That's definitely an important cross to try and get there. Right, followed by Stanford in boat 11. In boat 18, we see the URI Rams trailing right behind off that pin. So, it looks like what folks are going to be looking for here is extend off the pin go ahead and tack on that shift because I'm seeing a good split here between the fleets. We'll see if 18 is going to be holding their lane here with Stanford, or if they even can tack off and have that cross.
Yeah, it seemed like a massive lefty hit right at the start.
Right.
And boats continued to sail left, which indicates that it might have come back a little bit right off the line. But
Right.
now we're seeing most of the fleet tack onto port. So we can assume that that lefty is holding.
Ooh, and I'm seeing a big puff there. Like 17 was having their main luffing a little bit. So I think there's an indication of we're going to have some steezy conditions today. Some steez. So, and that's kind of, I like that a little bit better. What kind of conditions do you think you kind of vibe with the best?
I really like flat water, but that tends to be accompanied too often by really light air. So, I like it in the nice 8 to 12 medium range, but I know some people like really big breeze.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm one of those fans of the really big breeze.
Yeah.
I like a very survival mode kind of breeze, without a doubt. Like a full-blown survival.
If you don't feel like you might die, then it's not worth it.
Then I don't like it. Then I don't want it. I just don't want it. I want to be like on the very edge of my seat the whole time. I want to be like seeing people capsizing left and right and having to dodge them. Like
Oh, yeah.
that's kind of that's my jam. I think that's my jam. I just like. It's that's the way I like to roll, and we're seeing some pretty great tacks here. It looks like he just buttered that biscuit, so that's pretty saucy right there.
Learning a lot of new terms here, being on this broadcast. This is great.
Yeah, no, we're just trying to keep things entertaining here, So
yeah, I do have one thing to say. It's important to talk about our sponsorship from Tang. Of course, we're not actually sponsored, but our team today is powered by Tang, so I just wanted to say that.
Interesting. Yeah. A nice little power play. What I'm sponsored by? Nothing. But if anybody would like to sponsor me, please, let me know.
Neither are we. We're just this is our audition for the Tang sponsorship.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but yeah, Zim Sailing has done an incredible job, with the sales here, and they did a great job with team racing and so on, and as did West Coast Sailing and Marlowe. So, I think we've been very lucky to have such great sponsors. And, you can see Preston Anderson going around with Zim Sailing and Lexi Pline with US Sailing. And so, I think we're going to try and get, Preston keeps saying no, but I'm bringing Preston onto the mic later on. He helped create the ICSA Tide. And so I'm going to be bringing him on later. He'll be telling you guys a little bit more about what ICSA Tide does, and if he's listening right now, yes, Preston, you will be coming alongside me later on today. So I don't know, this breeze is building. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, it seems like it's picked up a little bit. We're generally seeing the 420 crews hiking and the skippers often as well. I wonder if we'll see that in the FJs. I know those are a little bit. You can sail those a little bit lighter and not be worried. But, the 420s can be hard to keep down. Those mains are big.
Oh, yeah, big time. Yeah, and the nice thing is, the reason why I want some breeze is I want some breeze and maybe just a little bit of waves so I can just watch people surf on some waves, what is this now? How many years ago is this? 3 years ago? Am I getting old? The Newport Nationals?
Yeah, it was 3 years ago.
Jeez.
Yeah.
That was a wild nationals. I mean, we're talking for the women's nationals at least. It was easily 25 knots, maybe gusts of 30, 33. Maybe even, I think it might have been actually 28 knots with gusts of like 35 or something. It was so windy. I don't know if you heard about this, but the porta potties on shore were getting blown over.
I did hear about that. That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And fortunately, it died down a little bit after the women's nationals, but they certainly had to fight.
Yeah, that was the survival of like for your life, and that's why I think I sailed better in that. I was like, oh, sweet, like I have to survive. Yeah, that was my jam, and I think that's got to be easily the windiest conditions I've ever sailed in. It was full-blown survival mode.
Yeah.
And I got to say, I had a phenomenal crew for that event. Catherine Beauregard, who is now one of the assistant coaches at Dartmouth College. I felt, I think it's such this is one of those moments where it's like you have to be confident in your crew, and it's like it's such a teamwork in these double-handed boats. I would have normally maybe gone out there and been like, this might be breezy even for too breezy even for me, but I had confidence in my crew, and I was like, I'm gonna be okay, because she will, like, I feel safe with her, and I think in really really breezy conditions, you have to have a sense of trust in your crew and your skipper. You kind of got to look at each other and be like, we're gonna be okay. Like, I trust you. I've seen you sail in all types of conditions, and like, you got to have a sense of trust in the very breezy conditions, and be like, I'm gonna be okay. I've got you. You've got me. And like, I trust your capabilities and your skill, and I know that we're just gonna shred. We're just gonna shred.
Absolutely, especially in breeze, but all the time.
Yeah.
The chemistry and trust between not only a skipper and a crew, but it was in a team race between teammates, and in a fleet race, A division and B division have to just trust each other.
Absolutely.
And if you don't, that's when you start seeing, communication problems. But yeah, that trust is very, very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And you even talked about right now in team racing how you have to have that trust amongst one another. So, I mean, you guys had obviously a very successful team race event. So tell me, well, how, like, what are some, what are your skippers? You guys had such a great. Clearly, your communication is good and everything. So, tell me a little bit more about that team race team, your skippers and your crews, and how they've grown to work so well together.
Well, they've had a lot of practice.
Yeah.
They sailed against phenomenal teams all year, and especially at the Nationals, everyone was in top form. But yeah, it just takes practice, and it takes, as we talked about, trust, and sort of an understanding of what is the right way to communicate, and what are the right things to say when you do. Just knowing that your teammates also know generally what the right thing to do is, and
Right.
believing in that.
Mm.
The only things you might need to tell them are, if you see a shift that they don't, one side of the course looks a little better, that might be something you want to talk about, but generally believing that when it comes to the tactics, and once everyone has the right information, that they're going to make the right decision.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think they built that trust, Sean, Jack, and Teddy, over, the entire spring.
That's a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful thing. It looks like our race committee is moving the windward marks over a little bit. Pretty quick reaction. They've got a little bit of time before I think the FJs may have finished their race here. And we see that the 420s...
It looks like the FJs are still sailing out after the rotation.
Got it. And so it's the 420s whose race course are being adjusted. And keep in mind, race committee has a split moment. They're not allowed to move any marks, really, especially the windward marks, until the first boat has rounded the leeward gate. So, that's how good of a race committee we have here. They're, of course, able to adjust the offset, but in terms of the very first windward mark, the race committee has to act so quickly if they're going to adjust anything, because the moment that first boat even gets near the leeward gate, they are no longer allowed to adjust anything. So that's just a testament as to how good our race committee is working.
Yeah, it looks like they're shifting that bottom gate to the right, course right, as we talked about off the line. There's that significant lefty in it. It seems like it's held.
Yeah. So I'm looking right now, and it looks like there is a boat completely shot out right now, all the way to the course left. There's a boat that's leading with a significant lead. I'm just going to try to pan the cameras over here, but there's definitely a boat super shot out at the moment. So just hold on here, folks. We're going to try and figure out who that is coming up to the windward mark here. I'm getting word that this might be boat 4 that is leading the race, and it looks by a significant amount. I see that they just tacked over, but from the looks of it, they have the whole fleet under their boom. So let's go ahead and take a look at who is in boat 4 at the moment. That's going to be the Brown Bears. So, speaking of the Brown Bears, they were kind of at the bottom of the semifinals. I think that, I think they finished in the semifinals around 8th or 9th. I believe almost 9th. And so, I think that the Brown Bears are coming. I think that we're going to see a pretty strong performance from them here in the finals because they're definitely coming in hot here.
Absolutely. It was really tricky conditions in the semifinals to figure out and become consistent. But Connor Nelson is a phenomenal sailor, and he's showing that right now in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, folks, we're just going to try to give me 1 second here. Here we go, guys. That is a great view here. So we see, boat 13. You can't see it on the screen right now, but there is a boat shot out there. They are boat 4 as we're coming up. So, Guy, I heard you, and we're going with it. So I see a comment from Mia Nicolosi. Said that main is luffing. Sam, it is your turn to go in. The entire Yale women's team. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that time just yet. We're starting to see a few white caps.
Yep.
But it is choppy here.
Yep, and we're seeing boat 4 coming in hot up to this mark. That is going to be Brown. Why don't we go ahead and take a look. Who do we have sailing for the A division at Brown? We have Connor Nelson and Julia Reynolds. Connor Nelson, class of 24, so he's pretty young. What I'm seeing out here is that we have quite a bit of young sailors just putting it in. They're putting the work in at this regatta and all these national events. So here we go. We've got boat 4 from Brown, Connor Nelson, rounding the mark with Julia Reynolds. Trailing right behind them, we have boat 13. That is Tulane Green Wave, home turf. But followed by 11, the Stanford Cardinal. It looks like they are not in that puff just yet. But I'm seeing some big puffs here. I'm seeing some big hikes to get around these marks. Followed by 8, that is going to be the Georgetown Hoyas. Boat 18, that is going to be URI, the Rhode Island Rams. Here we go. We got 9 coming in hot here from the left side. I believe that is Roger Williams. Yep.
And we're seeing skippers and crews, really working hard here to get their shoulders out in the puffs and then immediately jump back in when they hit a lull.
Oh, yeah.
So it is very patchy out there, we can tell.
Oh, yeah. We've got boat 3, Connecticut College. I saw they were followed by 17, the Yale Bulldogs. We're seeing a lot, this is definitely no easy conditions. The breeze is definitely up a little bit, but just like you were saying, in these lulls, you gotta be quick on your toes, in and out, without a doubt.
Yeah, you do not want to have that boat heel to windward. Just completely stops and loses all flow. Pretty significant spread in this 420 fleet.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing as well. So, and I'm seeing quite a few boats on a reach, if I'm not wrong. Here we go. We've got boat 14 rounding the Tufts Jumbos. Boat 5, that's going to be the Fordham Rams, followed by 15 Navy Midshipmen, 16 Coast Guard, boat 6 Dartmouth, 12 St. Mary's. Leading behind, we've got boat 7 Harvard Crimson. That's a pretty significant way back for the Harvard Crimson. They had a few good races before this. I'm curious if they had a spin from a foul or something, because it looks like they have fallen back quite a bit in this race.
Yeah, it's possible that they got into a situation at the bottom gate or just got unlucky. You know, it is incredibly shifty out there, and it seems like if you're on the wrong side of it, you're going to have a problem trying to fight your way back into the race. And I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing such a spread out fleet. You would expect in steadier conditions that the boats would be closer together. But that's not the case here.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, it's important to also note that this is going to be like you were saying, this is a pretty spread out A division race. I feel like normally you can see them all just clustered up in one spot. They're usually much tighter. I can only imagine that it's still a little bit spread out because people are just still getting used to this race course. But a few races in, and then everybody starts kind of picking up on where things are shifting, where you want to be. And so that's when kind of the action starts to pick up. Everybody's much tighter next to one another. You're going to see really, really tight gate mark roundings and so on. So I think that in this case, everybody's still warming up a little bit, getting the blood flowing a little bit. And I think as the day moves on, we're going to be seeing a lot tighter racing. I mean, you can see even on the starting lines, if you're late to that start, you are not getting a spot on that starting line. These starts are going to be really, really tight, and you better hope that you practice them enough that you'll have a good one.
Definitely, and I think we can expect that these 18 teams have, already proved that they're a force to be reckoned with on the starting line.
Yeah,
they've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, absolutely, and so it looks like the 420s are finishing, if I'm not mistaken here. I'm not seeing them go towards a gate mark rounding.
This is the second downwind for them.
Yep, this was the second downwind, so we're just going to be keeping an eye here on the finish. It looks like we've got boat 13 coming up to the finish. I'm not sure if they're the first one, though. I think that we had boat 4 finished in first. So, folks, stay tuned. We've got boat 13 crossing through the finish line now. I believe that this might be the third boat through the line. Boat 13, that's going to be Tulane. Then we have followed by boat 11, Stanford. Boat 8, Georgetown. I believe Brown Bears did clinch the win on that race, and they had a little bit of a lead there as well. So it looks like we've got boat 18 coming in here, URI, followed by Roger Williams in boat 9. And we've got Yale coming in here. But they're coming in tight here with boat 3, Connecticut College Camels, but they might be able to roll right over the top here. We shall see.
That'll be the photo finish.
Yeah, we've got boat 10. We've got Hobart and William Smith. Not sure what boat that is. That's boat 1. I see that is the BU Terriers. That's a good race for them. Boat 2, 16 and 6. That's going to boat 2. We see that's going to be Boston Eagle 6. We're going to have Dartmouth 16 is Coast Guard. Boat 12, we've got St. Mary's, followed by 5, Fordham. Looks like that's a 15 as well. That's going to be Navy, followed by 14, Tufts. And lastly, in 7, I'm seeing the Harvard Crimson. So, I think this is anybody's game now. I think that, I'm seeing some very strong people from the semifinals kind of finishing in the double digits here.
Well, I mean, this is an incredibly tough fleet.
Yeah.
These are the best sailors in the country that are out here right now. And I think it emphasizes what we were saying before about inconsistency. I mean, we have Brown with the old Ricky Bobby finish. If you ain't first, you're last. Of course, that's just the first few races, but I think we can continue to see some inconsistency as these sailors are still trying to figure out this direction. One mistake is going to get punished by this A Division fleet.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at the B Division Zim FJs, in first right now in this race, we've got the Harvard Crimson, so this is going to be a good balance out for the A Division. The A Division, I think, just had a DFL there, and their B Division is trying to make up some ground here. Hopefully they're able to hold on to the one here. I saw they were followed by BC and URI, and then in the distance we can see the Brown Bears. So Brown looks like they're in the works for having 2 good races, one from their A Division and one from their B Division. So that's going to be putting them up for sure in score. So that's what you want to be seeing.
I mean, Brown's been having an incredible season.
Yeah.
Just barely missing out on team race.
Right.
Heartbreak. and they didn't get the opportunity like some other teams did to get used to these conditions, but they are figuring it out very quickly.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And it's definitely looking over here to our right off the flagpole. Folks, the flagpoles are looking quite nice relative to how team race was looking, and then even that windsock is looking quite erect now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that one threw you off, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
But I'm feeling this nice breeze, so I can imagine that maybe soon here we're going to be seeing some of the heavy wind crews going in, and that's what I like to see. Here we've got 7 from Harvard rounding around the windward mark in first here, followed by the BC Eagles. I'm assuming that right behind them we will be seeing, is that Brown? No, that's the URI Rams. Seeing some comments, roadie. Sorry, folks, I'm just having a little giggle. Well, giggly this fine morning. DFL, they were just in last place. That's just a little acronym, I guess. We don't need to just get into it just yet, but I guess it's just a dead last. We're just going to skip the middle one there.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, exactly. So, but wow, talk about a tight rounding here for B Division. This is definitely looking way tighter than our A Division was. I honestly would not want to be coming in on that ley line.
Absolutely not. I mean, we can see a little bit similar to the 420 race. Those lead boats are going to be launched because they're the ones who, played the odds right, got lucky, and hit that shift first and just gained a ton of distance. And then sort of closer to the back, we'll have boats grouped a lot more closely together. Right.
So, it's definitely worth mentioning. I'm just looking right now. This breeze is definitely up. It's definitely building up. I mean, just looking inside of the channel, these bigger gusts that are coming down, the gusts have got to be upwards. I would say like 14 knots. I'm not going to give it like a crazy amount here, but I would say it's a decent 14 knots.
Well, it's really hard to tell from up here. We're sort of just out of the breeze. But yeah, we're seeing these teams be at full extension to try and keep the boat flat. So it's definitely up in that sort of mid to high range.
Yeah, and I think, a big reason why we're seeing a little bit of a tight rounding around these top marks is especially because the windward marks are set a little bit closer to the mouth of the channel here and a little bit closer to land. And so I can only imagine that with this direction, we're seeing, it's coming almost straight off of like a little bit outside of the inside of the channel, a little bit off the boathouse. So I can only imagine that at the closer and closer you're getting to land, the shiftier and shiftier it is. So it's just a huge cluster up at the very top, eighth of the race course, the very, very last bit trying to get up to that mark. And you could even see that as boats were going from hiking on the upwind to nearly sitting in the boat going around that top mark.
Right. It's almost as if the wind is sort of hitting these big, I forget the name of them, but these ramps here and sort of going up in the sky above the race course and then landing right in the middle. So the bottom will be a lot windier than the top. Yep,
and you can see this is definitely going to be some tight racing. The Zim FJs are having to dodge and weave through all of these 420s in A division on this downwind right now. So that's just another factor they have to take into account when sailing these races, right? It's like, do we go down the middle, or how are we going to avoid these boats the best, and should we jibe and so on? So here we go. It looks like Harvard. Ooh, it looks like BC was able to make some gains here with Harvard. They're both rounding the leeward gate at the very same time, but we're seeing the BC boat tack off. They might have a little bit of leverage here. It looks like we'll see how this pays off for them. 7 is still bow out the Harvard boat. But I will say in terms of ladder runs, BC did have a little bit of an advantage here as they took the other gate and were able to tack off right away. We might be seeing that BC might have made a gain on boat 7 here and might be leading this race. But here's the one disadvantage for that is BC is having to dig through all of these downwind boats while going upwind.
Yeah, that can be a disadvantage. I mean, it's clear that both boats are seeing something on the left.
Right.
Or they're in a righty, so they're just trying to get out there. And if they do hit a big lefty, I think Harvard could be, once again ahead.
Yep, absolutely. So why don't we go ahead and take a look. Who do we have here leading this race for Harvard and B division? I do not have an update yet on who that is, but for BC, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like either Robert Hunt or Jack DiNatale. But I'm waiting for the RP forms to be entered to give you that update. I unfortunately do not have the update for either one of those. But Yale is looking pretty good in B division right now. You guys have Jack Agan in?
We do.
With Catherine Webb?
Yeah. They've been sailing well all year, and they're excited to show their stuff at their first nationals. So
yeah, wow.
I guess not Catherine's first nationals, but
right.
Jack's.
But they're a pretty young team, and I think they've been doing such an excellent job in this regatta. So, you can't help but, give them a round of applause for that. Can we pan over to the 420s to the right as they're coming up to the mark? All right, guys, we're going to pan over to the 420s A division as they're going for their first windward mark rounding. It looks like 9 Roger Williams is having a little bit of a lead here, and so we're going to keep a close look on them. But looking at this, Sam, I'm thinking that this looks a little bit tighter than B division was on that upwind.
Yeah, definitely. As more and more teams catch on to what's happening, especially at the top of the course, we're going to see the fleet condense a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not so surprising.
So I'm seeing boat 2 for A division now. Looks like they might be in the lead here. I think it's between boat 9, 2, or 6. Let's see. We've got BC in 2. We've got Dartmouth in 6. And in 9, it looks like we have a Roger Williams Hawks. So, it'll be intriguing to see who's going to be rounding this top mark in first. It's pretty tight. 2 is able to punch out just a little bit here in the A division fleet. And so it's a matter of, who's able to sail their boat the flattest. They look like they got just a little bit of windward heel there, which might have slowed them down a little bit. I saw some butts dragging, but wow, I see a lee bow from what I believe to be the Roger Williams Hawks. But it looks like it's such a tight mark rounding, and boat 3. Connecticut College is going to have to jibe out there, and that is just so tough when you go for that lee bow and then you're just not making that windward mark.
No, one of the most brutal things for sure. And having to jibe around when the fleet is so tight like that, you can find yourself going from top 5 to 15th. I
mean, let's see where they made it out. I mean, they must have lost 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 boats here. So they actually made it out quite all right, but that was definitely tight for them. And you guys can see that it is so tough to even keep track of these boats as they're rounding it. The A division was so tight. And another thing here is now we have the FJs coming up to the windward mark as well. So these are the ones. We've got the leaders. Boat 2, BC, was able to inch ahead of Harvard there.
On them, but it looks like they're still well ahead of the rest of the fleet.
There we go, and so we're right back on it here. Yeah. And so it looks.
Here comes the cross. Yeah, so Harvard just ducks behind.
I'm not sure if they're on ley line here, but as we saw with that A division race, it's a pretty tight ley line here. But 2 gets around. BC was able just to inch ahead of this Harvard boat. So now we're seeing BC has taken over for the lead in this race, followed by the Harvard boat, and both of them have a significant lead here.
Yeah, so I think we can expect to see some fireworks happen here. They're far enough ahead that they can sort of get in each other's way to try and fight for the lead. And I wonder if they'll do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And folks, just stay tuned here. They will be coming in shortly, the rest of that B division around these marks. But what a significant lead I'm seeing here. It looks like the third place boat, URI Rams in 18, will be the next one around this mark, and they're not even close to it just yet. So what a lead for Harvard and BC here. You guys can see the URI Rams in boat 18. They are just now getting around that mark, but talk about a lead there. for the first and second place boat. And even for the third place boat, URI still has quite a significant gap between them and the rest of the fleet.
Yeah, that's usually indicative of just something crazy happening on the course, and some boats will make it out alive and others will get crushed.
Yeah, absolutely. In boat 4, that looks like that is our Brown Bears. Ooh, and I think I see a crew that might have fallen out of the boat just now in boat 6, and they're back in, and they are back in. Okay, so that can be tough.
Is that Dartmouth?
That looks like that is Dartmouth. Looks like the crew fell out of the boat there, and they're a little bit down speed, but hopefully they're going to be able to make it back. I don't know. There's a tough fit here for them, and that's a little tough spot for them to tack right there in front of Yale. That was boat 6.
Yeah, so that is Dartmouth. That's a great recovery by them.
Yeah, no, fantastic. I mean, talk about that. Like, it's a matter of the crew holding on and for the skipper to be able to quickly just throw you back into that boat. So
and keeping the boat up to speed. I mean, I was surprised it didn't get stuck.
Yeah, I think that in B Division we've got Maddie Hawkins in there, and she's had such a strong season. So, she's been doing a great job there. She is. That's Maddie Hawkins has been, she was skippering in the Open Team Race National Championship and the qualifiers and so on, and I believe she was in the Open semifinals, and so she has had a very, very strong season. I think that's somebody you're going to want to be looking at for the Women's Sailor of the Year with her crew Yumi Yoshiyasu and Carlotta Hopkins Guerra. So, that's definitely a strong team. I think they were having a little bit of a rough day, but with recoveries like that, I mean, I can see her climbing up the B Division rankings without a doubt.
Yeah, well, I think that's a stroke of luck there. But hopefully, after that, you say, well, we've gotten all the mistakes out of the way, and now we're going to sail a perfect regatta.
Yeah, there you go. But just like even after refreshing the scores here, why don't A Division never finished that one? But let's see what scores I've missed, and I can update you guys on at the moment. So I know that there was a race completed for the 3A race. We got BC with 11, Tulane 2, Hobart 9, Yale 8, Stanford 3, URI 5, Fordham 14, Brown 1, Georgetown 4, Dartmouth 13, Connecticut College 7, Navy 16, Harvard 18, Coast Guard 12, St. Mary's 17, Raj 6, Tufts 15, BU 10. So I'm not gonna lie. I mean, looking at these scores, and I've been umpiring, I've been commentating now for a few days, and I'm seeing a lot of the leaders all kind of left and right, all up and down, all over at the moment. I know that it's still really early on in this regatta, but I think that's just such a telltale sign of how hard the sailing is out there right now.
For sure. We've said it a bunch of times, but these teams are all very, very good.
Right.
And you have to sail a perfect race in order not to be hurt.
Right.
Because as we said, one mistake and you're not gonna be able to recover from that so easily.
Right. Yeah, and this was a telltale sign yesterday. I believe I was talking to Colin about it, but I believe that somebody had calculated it prior, and to win A Division at the national championship for fleet racing, you have to average about 7 for every single race. And, that's average is 7. You don't even have to win every single race. You don't even need to get third in every single race. You just got to get an average of 7. And I think that's the telltale sign as to how competitive it is here in the finals.
Absolutely. You'll usually expect to see those sailors that win their divisions try and achieve top 5 races. But, you would have to be incredibly lucky not to have 1 or 2 or even 3 bad races. So
right.
that average of 7 makes sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So, that's definitely something to be keeping your eyes out on, folks, is, we're going to be seeing up and down, left and right. And right now, you can see after 5 races total, BC is leading, and BC's races, now hear me out, this is our exact point of how competitive it is. They have gotten a 3rd, a 12, a 4, a 3, and an 11. So we're talking teams are getting double digits and can still be up there in the leaderboard. So that's just how difficult the racing is out here, and how competitive it is. In second place, you're even seeing Tulane right now with 2, 4, 13, 15, and a 2. So, these teams are taking diggers, and they're still at the top of the leaderboard, right? And it's just going to be a matter of who can have the least amount of diggers.
Right. I mean, our coach Zach always says it's sort of looking at, the probability that the decision you make is going to lead to you winning or doing well in a certain race. And generally there's an element of randomness to sailing that you could be making the high percentage play almost all the time, and it still wouldn't work out for you several times. So I think that's what we're seeing.
Right, so it looks like for these 420s, Roger Williams has taken the lead for this race in boat 9, followed by 6. I believe that is Dartmouth. So that's Dartmouth. Boat 2, we have the BC Eagles. 14, we have Tufts. 11, we have Stanford. 16, Coast Guard. 8, Georgetown. 4, Brown Bears. 15, Navy. 17, Yale. 5, Fordham. 3, Connecticut College. 1, BU. 12, St. Mary's. 13, Tulane. And I'm seeing coming up here we have 18 and 7 coming in with cross. 7 we have Harvard. 18 we have URI, and boat 10 we have Hobart and William Smith. So stay tuned. We've got these 420s rounding here. I believe they might still have one more upwind if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Josh Paper, thank you for pointing out about the boats, the 420s racing. Much appreciated. Josh Paper is a former St. Mary's alumni, just 1 year above me. He graduated in class of 2020. Thanks, Josh. Oh, the Seahawks. If anybody has any questions, please put them in the comments. We'd love to answer them, fill in the time here. So, Guy, you're saying where can you find the results? If you go to scores.collegesailing.org, you can go ahead and find the results. You should see College Sailing Dinghy National Championship. Go ahead and click on that. You'll have the report, full scores, A Division, B Division, sailors, rotations, and so on. Right, and we're watching this downwind. I am watching a very large wasp ahead of me. That's great. It's worth mentioning, this morning I ran into a spider web, so I was screaming and shaking a spider off of me. Whereas yesterday I had the most lovely morning. I took a lift to the yacht club from my hotel, and I just knew yesterday was going to be a great day because as soon as I got into the lift, the driver didn't even cue up this song or anything, but the song Gloria started playing.
That's how you know it's going to be a good day.
And I was like,
starts out well.
Wow. Totally unplanned. She did not even mean to do that, but literally it was quite brilliant. It was great. Alrighty, stay tuned for this 420 race. Folks, we're going to pan right over to the finish or their leeward mark rounding, but we're going to take a little momentary break here. But actually, before I do that, as Roger Williams is winning this race, or I believe they're about tied for first here right now, but they have a really great mark rounding there. No main luffing, which is great. It's worth mentioning that Roger Williams University A Division was over early in the first 2 races. So, that is definitely a great explanation as to why they had those 2 rough first 2 races. So that explains why they had those rough 2 first races. So, we can see them on the come up. We've seen it before. And they had such a strong national team race performance, and so they're definitely, we've seen their speed. This is the boat that we're talking, we watched them getting pinned and sat on, and they were able to punch straight through as they were the leeward boat. So, we know that Roger Williams has the need for speed. So, they had 2 over earlies, and, it's all about coming back from that, being like, you know what, we're not going to do that again, and if we do, we're just going to keep climbing and keep picking off boats one at a time. So, and a little backstory is Rachel Hollick, who normally sails with Spencer in A Division, left immediately after the team race nationals to go to graduation, so she won't be returning. And so Molly Matthews, who's been sailing with Aiden Hoogland, is stepping in to fill her shoes. So talk about a big switch up there. I mean, that's not easy. That's a total switch up last minute. So, to have the person that you've been training with just, got second place at Team Race National Championship with, to have that person, good on her. She's got to go graduate. That's a whole other experience as well. But, to have the person you've been training with all season, have them not return to sail the next portion of nationals, that's no easy task. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. But I we know Roger Williams is a very talented team, and I'm sure that their reserve crews are also very good, and they can make up for that gap in chemistry very quickly.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
I think that's what we're seeing in that last race.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's no doubt about that. We're watching them make big gains in this division, in this race at the moment. I think that by taking out course left, they might be able to round ahead of the URI Rams that they were splitting the gate with. So we've been watching the course left seems to be pretty favored today, and so this will be a perfect testament. We saw the 2 leaders round the opposite gates from one another, and we're going to go ahead and see which one's going to come out advanced. So shortly, I would love to give a shout out to our sponsors.
Smaller one, so it's not a full screen. Yeah, if you have the reads, you can start reading it and I'll put it in.
So giving a shout out to our sponsors. This year marks the start of Zim Sailing's 5-year sponsorship of ICSA in coordination with the West Coast Sailing and Dwyer Mast and Rigging. As official suppliers of college sailing, they are dedicated to supporting and giving back to collegiate sailing. Zim Sailing was established in 2008 by Steve Perry in Bristol, Rhode Island. The Zim team quickly established itself as the leading supplier of collegiate and institutional boats, focusing on moving dinghy sailing forward. Today, Zim Sailing is the largest manufacturer and distributor of small sailboats in North America and is the exclusive manufacturer of the 420E sailboat. Furthermore, they charter small sailboats at most major regattas around the country and support events with their trailers full of gear and parts. Their sponsorship of college sailing is a natural next step in helping to move dinghy sailing forward and grow the sport. For all gear, boat or parts-related questions, their team can be reached via their web store at zimsailing.com. West Coast Sailing was founded in 2005 by former college sailor George Eulis. His team of passionate sailors has made it a priority to lead North America and support the dinghy racing and small keelboat market. Based in Portland, Oregon, they stock the best dinghy sailing necessities with a focus on boats, parts, apparel, and accessories. They really lean into their expertise and knowledge of serving the industry for the last 17 years. Since many of their staff came up through youth and collegiate sailing, supporting ICSA is an honor and remains true to their roots. For all gear, boat, or parts-related questions, their team can be reached via their web store at westcoastsailing.net. So, folks, I'm going to take a little bit of a breather, walk away from the screen a little bit, and we will make sure that you can still stream and watch the racing. You just won't have to hear my voice for the 5th, 6th, 7th, I lost track, day in a row. So, Sam, thank you so much for joining us for this morning. Do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give anybody?
Yeah, well, thanks so much for having me on, Gloria. I think we're very lucky to have alumni in college sailing that are still this involved. And, on that note, I would like to give a special shout out to Jacob Asher, who's visiting us, the class of 21. I've been told to say that he is single and ready to mingle.
Oh, wow. No shout out to your parents? Come on, give your parents some love.
Yeah, shout out to my mom. She might be watching from home, and my sister, who's back home from Seattle. But yeah, we're excited to see what comes next.
See, folks, I told you, college sailing is now turning into its own dating app. So, all right, guys, thank you so much. I will be back with you guys shortly. Just hang on tight. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Gloria coming back to you live at the 2022 ICSA College Sailing Open Fleet Race National Championship. I'm here joined with Preston Anderson, Bowdoin class of 2022. So Bowdoin, Preston, why don't you say hello to everybody that's listening in to us now?
Hello.
Awesome. So, we've been seeing some intense, very tight racing at the moment. Currently on the leaderboard, we have BC leading the regatta, followed by Brown University and Dartmouth College, with Tulane University just 1 point outside of third right now. So, that these are going to be teams that you're going to want to be keeping your eyes on. But even then, looking at the entire leadership board, you see that the racing is really, really tight. And so, every single race, every single team has been having really strong races and then some pretty big diggers. So, this just shows how competitive the fleet is out here. And so this is definitely going to be really, really tight racing.
Yeah, you definitely can't count any team out here. I mean, if you look at going down to really 13th, 14th, like, racing's tight. Racing's very tight, so there's going to be a lot of movement throughout the regatta, and I'm just excited to see this, see how this all shakes out.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Preston, you have been very, very active in the college sailing world, even while still sailing in college yourself. So I felt like, we couldn't go through with this live broadcast without bringing you on as a guest. So please tell me some of the involvement and some of the roles that you've played in the college sailing.
For sure. So I originally got involved with college sailing my sophomore year. I was able to join the NISA executive board as an at-large member, and ended up helping. Was supposed to be a scheduling assistant, but COVID had other plans, unfortunately. But it ended up working out for the best, because that summer, in the wake of the George Floyd murder, I was able to network with a bunch of other sailors and coaches across within New England and across the country to help establish the Tide Committee. So in New England, I was able to network with a few friends from high school sailing and a couple other people I knew on the NISA Executive Committee, and we were able to establish a committee within New England. And then at the same time, the ICSA president, Mitch Brindley, who's also the Old Dominion coach, was also having a lot of conversations with the coaches. The assistant coach at Bowdoin, Corey, also happy to be part of those conversations and was named chair of the ICSA Tide Committee. So I was like, why not get involved there? So that's kind of how I got it started on the national level. And then that winter, I was elected as NISA president, which gave me an opportunity to sit on the ICSA board. So definitely got involved with a bunch of college sailing committees, and then was able to be on the ICSA board. And while I was on the ICSA board, I was vice president for a short time, from January 2021 to June, and then was the NISA undergraduate representative from that January through the January following.
That's awesome. Yeah. And so, being on those committees is no easy feat. It's a lot of time out of your schedule. And so to be so involved, college sailing definitely applauses you for that and everything. And, I briefly mentioned the ICSA Tide Committee earlier, I believe yesterday or during team race, but the work that you guys have been doing is absolutely incredible and very, cherished. And so do you want to talk a little bit more about that committee?
Sure. I think there has been a lot of excitement and a lot of involvement from a bunch of different college sailors across the country, and I've just been fortunate to be able to network and work with them. Everyone who I've worked with has just been super enthusiastic and passionate about the work that we're doing. So that I will start with kind of what we did in New England, and then kind of expand out from there.
Absolutely.
In New England, we kind of realized a collective group of us realized that we wanted to develop some sort of way that we can talk about, the issues that were happening across the country with our own team. So we decided to create an education or discussion series on race and kind of talking about our own identities on our team. And that really, we went through a really long process of developing those type of resources. I was fortunate enough to work with some affinity groups on my own Bowdoin College campus to help develop them, and we were able to get, I want to say, the majority. I want to say like 92. I have the percentage somewhere. I just can't remember where it is. I'd have to look very deep in my Google folder. But I think we had like over 90% of engagement of our conference. The first year we launched the first year that we launched the education series, and then just we were able to get. We had like every single team within ICSA except for like maybe one or two just due to COVID and involved with our committee. And I think that was like really promising to see from a college sailing community that just like we could say like, okay, we only care about sailing, but everyone wanted to be involved with the committee. So I think there's a lot of excitement there. And then on the ICSA level, we realized that we needed data. We needed to identify where we need to work. So there was a group. There was a group led by Corey and a few other undergraduates that put together basically a demographic survey that was sent out to every single college sailing team on just basic demographic information, and then we were able to publish that survey on the college sailing website, and it's a pretty detailed report. I think it's like 40 pages of material, but it's kicked out to be like 70 pages total.
Yeah, I remember looking through that myself. There's definitely a lot of great, but think about it. It's like it hasn't been done before, right? It's like everybody's kind of had an idea of how many female coaches do we have and so on, and but to have that, the hard facts and the data it was incredible to see. So that is really awesome you guys did that. That
project really helped. So I was not particularly involved with that survey project. It was Corey, and then I have to like shout out particularly Allie Keenan, who sails for Columbia, and Oakland Keefe, who graduated from U Miami, and they sailed for U Miami and graduated in either, I think, 2020. So I know that group worked extremely hard on the survey, which then helped me with the ICSA ICSA Tide Education project that we basically, during last 2021 spring, we were able to create three themed workshop sessions that we opened up to basically coaches and any other student leader in the ICSA.
Right.
And I can't remember the numbers. We had some crazy numbers of participation. I want to say we had over like 350 college sailors. We had about over 45 coaches from the ICSA involved with the program. So it was really great to see.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I think I commend all the hard work that you've put into that. And, so you're a senior now and you're graduating. When are you graduating?
I'm graduating a week from today.
Lovely. Nice. So you won't be missing it. That's good. I'm sure that you're pretty excited about that. But, it's so much work that you put in. Do you feel as though the committee is going to be in good hands after you leave?
For sure. I'm very the people who have taken over the ICSA Tide Committee and NISA Tide are very very hard workers. I was very fortunate to have the opportunity to work with them. It was an honor to work with them. And some of them are actually here right now sailing.
Awesome.
I know that Lily Allen, who sails for U Michigan, was sailing here the last 2 days, and she's the new vice chair of ICSA Tide. And then we also have Michelle Larkamp, who's sailing for Stanford currently, who's a undergraduate coordinator.
Yeah, and she's definitely one of those top rock star sailors.
Yeah.
She's been dominating the nationals at the moment, and to see that you have even these top sailors in the college sailing circuit right now being involved in such an important committee is definitely it's gotta feel good that you helped make that happen. You know?
It feels incredible, and it just shows the level of importance that every single team is putting on the wanting to make our sport better and making it more inclusive, and just wanting to welcome more people into our sport.
Yeah, absolutely. So, looking back, you're a senior, you're graduating. What would be your finest moments of college sailing? Like looking back on it, like what are you going to be missing the most?
I don't know. It's funny. I had a full first year, and I was like, oh, I'm ready to do more. And then, COVID hit, and then didn't really have much of a junior year, and was able to come back to the senior year. So, weirdly enough, there isn't one specific moment. I think I really enjoyed being on the board and just be doing a lot of national governance work to kind of stay involved with the community.
Yeah.
I think we had a really unique opportunity just to be able to network a little bit more, because we weren't.
Yeah.
We could spend a little bit more time. We spent a little bit more time on doing work to make our sport better while we couldn't sail.
Right.
It was an incredible opportunity just to be able to work with other undergraduate leaders from across the country to just really work on trying to find ways to make our sport better.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to note, I just saw a really great moment here as we were watching Roger Williams sail in here after their set. And I just saw Amanda Callahan giving a nice little Hawks flying. I don't even know. Yeah, there you go. Soar. As they're sailing in. So that's a good race for Raj. It looks like, they're on the come up here, and, every single race counts. So we're watching this A Division fleet finish up their races. It looks like we're going to have a big rotation here on shore. A Division trailing right behind B Division. But why don't we go ahead and take a refresh at those scores right now and take a look how everybody's looking right now.
Not seeing an update just quite yet.
Yeah, it looks like we have not yet gotten an update from, unless this was race 5 for B.
No, that should have been race 6.
That should have been 6. Yeah, so, we're just staying refresh on the scores, but to give you an update right now as to how everybody's looking, we've got BC Eagles in first, Brown University in second, Dartmouth Big Green in third, Tulane Green Wave in fourth, Yale University in fifth, Coast Guard in sixth, tied with Stanford University. In eighth place, Georgetown University tied with Harvard. In 10th, we have URI, 11th, Naval Academy, 12th, Hobart and William Smith, 13th, Raj, 14th, Tufts, 15th, Connecticut College, 16th, St. Mary's, 17th, BU, 18th, Fordham. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at our Division A leaders. At the moment, remember guys, this is before we have the 6th race for A and B Division in just yet. So for Division A in first right now, we have Dartmouth College's Big Green, Robert Bragg, class of 23, and Eloise Byrne trailing very closely behind them just by 2 points. Not sure how this final race mixed it up, but we have Stanford University Cardinal, Jack Parkin, and Sammy Pakel, both class of 22. Brown University in third, tied in third with Tulane University, Connor Nelson and Julia Reynolds, and Cameron Giblin and Andrea Riefkohl Gonzalez. In fifth place, we have Sophia Reinecke, Laura Ferraris with 38 points. followed by Yale University Bulldogs is Sean Harvey and Sonia Lingos Utley, class of 22. Taking a look at B Division, at the moment we have tied for first. We have Jack Natali with Michaela O'Brien, followed by Harvard's.
We just got scores.
We did just get scores?
We just get scores.
Oh, lovely. Let's just talk about race committee is on it. So, why don't we check that out, folks?
They just put in 6B.
Lovely. So it looks like for race 6B, BC finished in 7th, Brown finished in 3rd, Tulane finished in 2nd, Yale finished in 11th, Harvard finished in 5th, Dartmouth in 17th. That's going to be a pretty low score for them there. It did drop them down from 5th to, I believe it actually might have dropped them down from 3rd to 6th, if I'm not mistaken. Stanford with a 9, Raj with a 1, Navy with an 8, Coast Guard with a 12, Hobart with a 6, URI with a 14, Georgetown with an 18. That's going to be a tough one there. Tufts with a 4, Connecticut College with a 10, BU with a 13, St. Mary's with a 15, and Fordham with a 16. Folks, if you haven't noticed already, just looking at these scores, even some of the leaders, you're looking at the top 5 teams, and almost every single one has gotten an 18. BC does not have an 18th, but you're looking at Brown Bears. They're second in the regatta right now, and they have 2 18th places.
Just shows how competitive it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you could be losing a race, but so long as you're able to pick yourself back up.
We just got a full-fledged update of scores.
Lovely. So looking for the 6A race, we see that BC got a 7, Brown got an 8, Tulane got a 5, Yale got a 4, Dartmouth got a 1, Navy got a 2, Coast Guard 3, Harvard 15, Stanford 12, Hobart 10, Georgetown 9, Raj 17, URI 14, Connecticut College 6, Tufts 16, St. Mary's 11, BU 18, and Fordham 13. Looking at these scores, folks, they're up on your screen now. This is a little bit of time we're going to have before the teams get back out there. We might take a little short break, but I will be coming back with Preston. I'm going to give him a little breather. I was spamming him with questions, but I definitely have more for him to answer for you guys. Thank you guys for being so patient. We're going to wait for the teams to rotate, and as soon as that next start is underway, we will be coming back to you. But, folks, you're going to want to be watching because you can tell these conditions are not easy. It is constantly up and down, and without a doubt, with this weather, we're not sure what's going to happen. We're hoping for some more breeze, honestly, but, it is up and down, and the fleets are beyond competitive, as you can see looking at these scores. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be right back. Hello, this is Gloria. Hello, this is Gloria Kevlicute and Preston Anderson coming back to you live from the 2022 ICSA College Sailing Open Fleet Race National Championship. I know that is a mouthful, and I try to get it right every single time I say it. But so Preston and I are back to you live. We are currently in the middle of A Division's race. I believe this is race 7A. We are in 7A, and we have our B Division still rotating on shore. So, with the breeze, it's still been super up and down, but we just watched this super, super, super tight mark rounding around the windward mark here for A division, pardon me. And so, the racing is still super, super tight. We have some protests on shore. Not sure what those are about just yet, but we will definitely be seeing some differences in the scores when the protest will be deliberated. Preston, what have you been seeing out here?
I think on that mark rounding, I heard it was, I believe, Navy rounding in first, and then followed Dartmouth following behind them. So I think I think that there's some very, very tight racing out there.
Yeah.
Amanda Callahan has been saying that some of her sailors are saying that you cannot make a single mistake.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those moments where it's easier for me to say anything than do anything. As I'm sitting here on shore, I'm watching these races closely, and I'm just kind of thinking to myself, I'm kind of glad I'm not out there right now. So I can't really complain. I'm like, whew, gosh. I mean, just looking at everybody's scores, like the consistency is so hard to achieve. So it's definitely a huge challenge out there.
For sure. I think that we're just saying, like, you could do well one race and then not so well the second race. You just have to, like, find those small gains in this fleet.
Right, exactly. And 720 seem to be pretty killer here.
Yes.
I definitely don't think that you have any room for doing a 720. You just have to sail as conservatively as possible out there, without a doubt. And it's definitely been no easy feat. I mean, we're seeing completely new leaders from the semifinals yesterday, especially. I mean, this is really, when we said that this is anybody's trophy, we were not kidding. It
Correct.
really is.
I'm almost 100% certain that we're going to see a bunch of different lead changes over the next 2 days of racing.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're one of those top guys, you kind of want to take a little bit of a risk to try and win that race, but even then, you still have to sail super, super conservatively, and it's still so early on that you can't really be looking to make plays on these other teams, on these starting lines or anything like that. But it's definitely. It's definitely, without a doubt, it is tight racing out here.
For sure.
So, Preston, you and I were talking about it on shore, and we were talking about how we both are from the Chicago area.
Yeah, actually, I remember this. I will never forget this. I sailed my first high school regatta against you.
Look at that. Yeah, time flies by, without a doubt. And so, I mean, I remember you sailed for Beacon.
Yeah.
I sailed for Walter Payton College Prep, and both of our teams were really, really new to the sailing scene.
Yeah, my that first regatta was the first regatta that Beacon had ever sailed in a high school sailing season.
Yeah.
And it was actually the second year the school was in existence, so it was a very unique opportunity, which definitely was definitely. I can't take that for granted.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, your high school was founded in what year then?
The fall of 2014. I was part of the founding class there.
Yep, and Walter Payton was also a relatively new high school. We were founded in 2000, so our high school was 14. Well, that was 2013. I think I entered high school. Gosh, no. And so my high school had only been around for 13 years at that point in time. So. Both of our high school teams were relatively new. I know that when I started at Payton, my high school team was maybe just 3 years old.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I thought you guys were around for a lot longer.
No, so actually Wade Wagner and his father helped, and Peter Bede as well. Actually, Peter Bede ended up going to the Coast Guard Academy, where Wade Wagner ended up going to George Washington University. Both of them, I believe, did sail in college. I know Wade did for certain. I'm not sure about Peter. And there's a jet ski flying past us. Oh, my goodness. But they ended up founding the sailing team at Walter Payton. And I know there were key players, Yusuf Malik, that ended up going to Georgetown, and Sabina Van Mel that ended up going to Tufts, and so these founders of these teams,
Yeah, I mean, it's also speaking to like Chicago sailing in general. A lot of these kids will, sail high school in Chicago and then just come out east and compete. And I've seen a lot of Chicago sailing alumni just around this weekend, which has been really fun to reconnect and just see them succeed in the college sailing realm.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't help but notice as well is like in terms of like going off to the high school championships and stuff on the where all these East Coast, West Coast teams would come up. I can't help but have some more respect for us Midwest kids because I feel like when I went out to my first Mallory Nationals, I was like, gosh, this is hard. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not sailing well right now. So, and even going to St. Mary's, I was like, God, these kids are good.
Yeah.
Everybody on these on the coasts are so good.
Yes.
And then I don't know, I feel like in the Midwest there's so much talent, and I feel like oftentimes you see the talent kind of migrate to one coast or the other.
Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely have noticed that over my time in just sailing in general. Just seeing how people migrate to different coasts.
And I mean, I definitely am grateful I ended up going to St. Mary's. I think that I tripled in skill after moving there and getting my butt kicked a little bit at practices and stuff. And I'm sure that you can relate with Bowdoin. You guys have such a strong team.
Yeah, we have such a great team. Everyone works just so phenomenally hard, and it's just really it's I look forward to going to practice every day and just being able to just be around that team. We've also worked very hard to build a strong team culture, which is which I feel like is definitely just something we strive very, very hard for. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys have a really great team. I have a friend that just graduated from there, Alden Grimes.
Yes.
I know you're familiar with him. He's a Newport local, phenomenal sailor. He's really great. And I know that you must know him much longer than I have, but I met him back in junior sailing when he was sailing with Victoria Boatwright. She now sails for Georgetown. But really, you guys definitely have quite the team up there, and the coaches as well. I mean, Corey Radke is awesome. I see she's tuning in. Hello, Corey.
Hi, Corey. Yeah, Frank and Corey just do a phenomenal job with our team, and I think that they're set up for success in the future. They're a super young team right now, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch them over the next 2, 3, 4 years.
Yeah. There you go. You can hear some coaches shouting on their teams. Okay. We got some great commentary here, as Brooks would call it, the peanut gallery of coaches. So, Preston, tell me. I think we bring up an interesting point of growing up in the Midwest sailing and then transitioning to sailing for a college team. What do you think was the best advice that you can give? Walk me through a little bit of that process of your transition from high school sailing in the Midwest and then sailing on a competitive and very strong college team.
Well, I had to learn how to sail in current.
That was a big one for me too. That was a huge one. Actually, I remember Warbler trying to explain the current. And I was like,
yeah, it took a while. It took a while for me to learn how to sail a current, but I think the biggest piece of advice I think is just being yourself and just being able to being open to going with the flow, and just I feel like freshman year you get thrown a lot of stuff and just just being thrown into school and having to deal with professors, and then college sailing on top of that. I feel like you just have to be able to go with the flow and just try and find ways to just also take care of yourself. I think you could definitely get into I think taking care of yourself is very important too.
No, that's you bring in, that's a really, really great point. The balance of being a student athlete, once again, there's a reason why student is put in front of it,
yes.
right? And of course academics come first, and so when you see such strong sailors out here, you can't help but commend them because I was talking to some parents and stuff, and majority of these kids have really high GPAs at the same time.
Yeah, that's a pretty awesome thing to see with college sailing. We're all competing from 8 in the morning on a Saturday till 4 in the afternoon on a Sunday, and you got to find times to do your homework in between there, and it's just you try to get it done.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the amount of times where with like fellow athletes in college, they're like, oh yeah, we're getting on the road for a game. Game's going to be 2 hours, and then we got to do the 2-hour drive back and the 2-hour drive there. And I'd be like, we have a regatta up at the Coast Guard Academy. Yeah, that's going to be about a 10-hour drive there, and we leave as soon as we get out of classes on Friday. Then we're going to sail all day long, like get to the venue at 8, sail until like 5:30, get back around 7, you have to eat dinner. Not sure when I'm going to do, my homework, probably in the van ride up there, try not to get car sick,
Exactly.
And, and then get back to campus around 2:30 in the morning on Monday.
Luckily, I haven't had to get back to campus at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
But I think you're trying to point out that the work will get done.
Exactly.
We try to find ways to get the work done.
Right, and I think coaches do such a good job of accommodating to that as well. And
for sure.
Overall, some teams have some really great strategies to making sure that everybody's staying on track. It's either through study hall or just study groups and so on. And even when you're in the same classes, there's so much support with that as well. Like, I remember so many teammates and I would be in the same classes and we would study together. I remember my senior year trucking through intro to econ or macro, I think it was, and Leo Boucher and I are both studying for it in a panic, but luckily Chase Cooper had taken the class before, so he's helping us study, and it's just the final class of the spring, so it's all about definitely I feel like in college sailing the teams are so. It's just it's a great culture, without a doubt.
I love being part of this community. It's just so much fun to be a part of. I've made so many friends just, meeting people on rotations or just being at regattas, just hanging out in postponements. It's just a great community.
Oh, yeah, that's got to be my favorite part. I think I was definitely the chatty Kathy of the regattas, and I can't help but do it now. Every time I step off to go to the bathroom, I feel like I have to go make my rounds and go check in on everybody, and I would definitely, get in trouble. My coaches would be like, there's 1 minute, we'd be in sequence on the water. There's 1 minute to the start, and I'm still just chatting with somebody. I'm like, oh, hey, yeah, look at you. You made it a long way here. Wow. And then I'd go to the coaches after the race, and they're like, Gloria, what are you doing? They're like, why are you still talking when there's a minute left in the sequence? I was like, hey, I'm just having a good time, I'm I'm saying hello to everybody,
I mean, I remember seeing a video on Tuesday in the airport, getting ready to fly down to New Orleans from Maine, and I see a video on College Sailing's Instagram of just 4 NISA teams playing croquet on the lawn.
Yeah.
That's just during postponement. I thought that was hilarious.
That was great. That's what I'm saying. That's what it's all about, and it's such a beautiful thing. I can't help but emphasizes enough these people that you meet in college sailing. I mean, you're gonna see them for the rest of your life. You may not realize it now, but I promise you will.
Yeah.
So
just doing races casually or
yeah, and that's why I think it's so important to have some sportsmanship out there. You don't want to be remembered as the guy who's trying to fight everybody on the line. I think I might have taken the sportsmanship just a little bit too much. I was telling Brooks how I let everybody cross me all the time. I'd be like, can I cross? I'm like, yeah, go for it. I would take a big duck and stuff. I was like, no, take it. And then I would shot their mascot. So maybe I took the sportsmanship just a little bit too far, if that's possible. But if it is possible, I think I might have. But
are we getting a start here?
Yeah, I think we have a start for the 420s here in the 2-lane sails for A division. If I'm not mistaken, I think we're going to be looking at 7A here. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh no, that's going to be 8A if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, 8A because they did 7A well.
Yep. So looking back at the scores. Can you pan over the white folks that are all lined up to the left? All right, here we go. We're going to be taking a look at this start for 8A. I'm seeing that one of the most boats is 18. That looks like Coast Guard, followed by 5 Harvard, 14. A little bit harder for me to see. I see a Georgetown. 3 looks a little bit shot behind here. It looks like that's going to be a little bit of a back row start there for 3. They're getting shot out here. And let me tell you, these starts are no joke, guys. I mean, they are not easy by any means. It is a really, really tight starts here. Coast Guard looks like they had a pretty good start there off the pin.
I think we got a couple of boats over.
We're going to be wanting, this is in this. So in this racing, especially on these starts, it's going to be a really, really. I mean, being over is going to be pretty killer here. I mean, we've seen some boats be over. Like after talking with Amanda, they had a boat over for 2 starts, and so they had to take some diggers there at the start of their day. But we're seeing them on the come up here. They've been having some pretty strong starts and races following that. But being over is definitely
very, very killer.
Yeah, you definitely don't want that today. But what a strong start here for Coast Guard. I feel like they have been having quite a strong day. Division A, Coast Guard, they're sitting in 10th. That's Daniel Unangst and Jack Farrell. They seem to have been having some pretty strong ones. I would love to see where the Dartmouth boat is, Robert Bragg and Eloise Byrne, because they have been having a pretty killer day today. They're leading A Division with 10 points at the moment. Let's go ahead and take a look at their scores. I see that they've had a 12-2, 13, 1-2, 1-1. So it looks like they had 2 bullets for the last races. That's pretty
phenomenal.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to do out there today.
Yeah. No, you won't. You don't know. It's very tough to pull off two bullets back to back. So kudos to them.
Yeah, seriously. So for that last race, 7A, we had Tulane in 3rd, Brown in 12, BC 18, Dartmouth 1, Navy 2, Yale 11, Hobart 6, Stanford 9, Coast Guard 17, Georgetown 4, URI 5, Harvard 15, Raj 8, Tufts 10, Connecticut College 16, St. Mary's 13, BU 7, Fordham 14. So, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like Dartmouth in boat 8. I mean, their speed looks pretty good from the screen. It looks like they just tacked over, leading the pack out to the course right. So, it'll be interesting to see. You definitely have to be playing the shifts out there today and hope for a really, really strong start where you definitely don't want to be second lane off of these starting lines.
For sure. And I think that last race definitely shook some things up on the overall leaderboard, too.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, let's talk about that. So, yeah, it looks like after BC's 18th place race, they have been knocked off of first place. Folks, this is exactly what we mean, and it's constantly up and down here. Navy sure did climb their way up as well into 5th. Tulane, this is their hometown.
They're winning
right now. So this is talk about hungry. They especially with such a young team, they're definitely fighting for their way to the top, and this is what they've been practicing in this whole time.
Yeah, no, in that being said, we can definitely see another shakeup after whatever happens in this current race.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, let's go ahead and take a look. It looks like in A Division, 2 lanes, Cameron Giblin and Andrea Rafcol Gonzalez, class of 23 and 24, are currently sitting in 2nd place in A Division. And for their B Division, we see that they're sitting in 5th place, Asher Zitrer, Ciara Rodriguez-Horan, Jillian Perel, and Kit Stoll. So, this Ciara has notoriously been a very strong fleet racer, so it's interesting to see. I'm not sure if she's in right now for their B division, but I'm sure she's going to be stirring it up a little bit out there.
Shout out to Kit Stoll for being the Tulane Tide rep.
Yeah, there you go. So we're looking at the mark roundings here. Boat 11, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that is Tulane. They're having a pretty good mark rounding here coming up. Let me just confirm that I am indeed looking at Tulane in boat 11. That is Tulane in boat 11. Ooh, pretty tight mark rounding there for Georgetown. URI barely making it around that mark, it looked like, or overstood, rather. I'm seeing, is that a possible spin out of Coast Guard Academy? That knocks them down. They had such a strong start off that pin, so that's a bit tough to see that, after having such a strong start that they've fallen back so much.
Definitely don't want to be doing any spins today, so
no.
That's killer.
That is for sure. In this A race, 8A, you should be, if you're looking for the boats, BC is in boat 4, BU is in boat 17, Brown in 6, Connecticut College in boat 1, Dartmouth in boat 8, Fordham in boat 3, Georgetown in 10, Harvard in 5, Hobart in 12, Raj in 7, the Seahawks in 14, Stanford in 9, Tufts in 16, Tulane in 11, Coast Guard in 18, Navy in 13, URI in 2, and Yale in 15. So this looks like a pretty good race for Brown. They're in boat 6 at the moment. This is the kind of good race they're going to want to be having to make sure that they stay up at the top of the leaderboard.
For sure. They barely, I think they got the ninth qualifying spot from the semifinals.
That is correct. So, we were talking about this yesterday, and those teams, like the semifinals, the neat thing about it is it's a matter of, how you look at it. So you could have won the semifinals, but even then it's like it's all about your reset, right?
Yeah.
Because the scores aren't carrying over, nothing.
It's a completely new regatta today.
Exactly. So it's a matter of, can you go and reset from that semifinals? Are you going to use your top spot as momentum to keep moving forward? Are you going to use it as, are you going to let your ego get too high and when you're moving into the finals? And if you're one of those bottom teams that just climbed in barely, what are you going to do for the next day? Are you going to still dwell on it, or are you going to be like, you know what, tomorrow's a brand new day?
I think everyone just has to reset. You just have to go at it as like a completely different regatta.
Yeah, exactly.
Your scores don't carry over, and you have to kind of go with that mindset as, this is the third day that we're competing, but it's a completely new regatta.
Exactly. And, it looks like the Brown Bears are doing a pretty good job of going into it with that mentality. So,
yes, for sure.
you gotta commend them. So looking at it for Brown, and if I recall correctly from their A division, Connor Nelson and Julie Reynolds were struggling a little bit in the semifinals, but they sure have made up for that ground from the semifinals. They're now sitting in 5th in A, having a really, really strong day. And their B division, Jack Murphy and Madeline McGrath, and I know that they also have Olivia Belda, very, very strong player. She's if they ever need to put her in, I know that she'll go in with some fire.
Yes, for sure. And I know that Brown has historically been a very strong team, so this does not surprise me that they were able to rebound.
Yeah, absolutely. And I look forward to seeing their women's team competing for the Women's Fleet Race Nationals. They have been notoriously very, very strong at that. They had a very strong finish at the Women's Team Race National Championship, which they actually hosted. And then, even looking back 2 years ago, they had a very strong, is that 3 years ago now?
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Oh my gosh, Newport Nationals. Jeez. But they won that, their women's team did. And so, obviously very historically, very strong team. And in both the opens and in the women's, and so they're bringing the fire.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. So looking at this upwind here, everybody's just trucking along. I'm seeing a lot of boats on course right coming across, but I'm seeing, like, looking at my screen, boat 7 looks like they got a little bit of a lift, but it might just not be enough for them to cross these boats coming in from course right. Curious to see how much the leaders have changed here. I see there's a boat really far out left. It looks like that is boat 2. That is the Rhode Island Rams. Boat 13 looks like they're somewhat leading at the moment. That's going to be the Navy Midshipmen, J.C. Hermes and Fiona Lobin. Followed by boat 9. That's going to be the Stanford Cardinal, and 15. That is going to be the Yale Bulldogs. So, Yale Bulldogs obviously very also notoriously strong team. Preston, what do you think is just taking a look and competing against them before as well? You're a fellow NISA person. Like, what can you say about the Yale Bulldogs and what you've seen out of their performances?
They have always been a strong team. They will always come and compete and be a very strong team and end up being one of the top teams that come out of New England.
Yeah, absolutely.
At least for the past 4 or 5 years that I've watched NISA. They've always been probably one of the top teams.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, Bowden, were you guys allowed to sail during COVID, or?
We were. So last spring we weren't really allowed. We weren't able to compete in any of the ladder events, but we did a couple of scrimmages with the Jumbos. They came up to Bowden once, and then we went down to Shifty Mystic Lake.
Nice.
One other time. So
Awesome.
that was our that was our season last year.
Yeah. So tell me more a little bit about you guys. I can't emphasize this enough. Preston has been such an active leader in the college sailing world, especially as a young leader, and you can't help but commend it. And so, Preston, tell me a little bit more. I know you were telling us a little bit about ICSA Tide, but go ahead and tell the folks listening in a little bit more about your role as the as one on the board.
Yeah, so I had an opportunity to sit on the ICSA board of directors, where each conference gets a graduate and undergraduate representative, and I was the undergraduate representative for NISA in 2021. For the first half of that, I served as the ICSA vice president, which allowed me to work closely with the ICSA executive committee,
Nice.
which was definitely a very unique opportunity. It's one. It rotates between every single conference every year, and it changes after the spring annual meeting that happens right before nationals. So I was finishing out the term that the previous NISA president prior to me was serving. So I got to work closely with Mitch Brindley and a couple of other coaches on the executive committee and learn more about the day-to-day operations of the ICSA, and then I also got to sit on the board of directors. So the board of directors, there's basically 2 main meetings. One during the winter. This past year was in Park City, and then
That's fun.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. And then there's also one right before nationals, which is the spring annual meeting. So when I was on the board, I only had one in-person meeting. Yeah, one in-person meeting. Everything else was on Zoom, and
Right.
but there are still opportunities for me to meet and connect with other undergraduate leaders from across the country. I got it was just really fun to I feel like COVID was really tied us all closer together.
Yeah.
So we were able to meet on Zoom and just constantly talk about ways that we can, if NISA had an interesting proposal that they wanted to bring to the board of directors, what the other conferences think about it. If other conferences have interesting proposals, then we talked about it, just basically being a representative from our conference on how would this affect the greater college sailing community, and it was really fun. I was honored to serve with a bunch of like really interesting and really motivated leaders from across the country.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. So Preston, tell me, what are your post-college plans? You're graduating, man. I know what's up your sleeve.
I will be headed to grad school at Georgetown this fall, doing some sports management, master's in sports management.
Incredible. Are you excited for that?
I'm extremely excited for that. So I'll
That
be
is
close
awesome.
to my younger brother who's going to school in Baltimore. So it'll be a lot of
Nice.
fun.
Awesome, yeah. So, any DC folk listening in, if you have any nice, lovely places that Preston should hit up in the DC land area, please just shoot a comment in the live stream so we can help Preston feel at home when he moves out to DC. So, what are your plans for the summer in between graduation and grad school?
I'm just going home. I'm going to be working at a sailing center at home, a program that I grew up at, and just being able to just have one more summer to relax
That's
and
what
be,
you gotta
be
do.
with my family and
Yeah.
just see friends from home.
Awesome. And what sailing program is that?
The Northwestern Sailing Center.
Lovely.
Yeah. I grew up. I started sailing there at it when I was around 8.
Nice.
So I've always loved that program. So.
Yeah. So you have
Stay-
anything special to say about that program?
Just growing up there, I've always stayed connected with them, and I whenever I'm there, I just have a lot of fun. The community there is just phenomenal.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and you guys have a beautiful facility there, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I remember practicing FJs because in the Midwest, folks, we actually only have 420s pretty much. I think there's one place with FJs, and I think it is Northwestern.
Yes.
Like, actually, right?
That's where everyone goes to practice FJs. And if you're a high school sailor in Chicago and you're going to compete in the East Coast Regatta, you try to connect with the Northwestern.
Yeah, because I remember when we found out that there are no 420s at the Mallory Nationals my senior year of high school. It was just going to be FJs and Fireflies, and we were like, we were like, what? And we were like, how does that work?
How do you sail a Firefly?
Yeah, exactly. We were like, we don't know how to sail either. And I remember we drove up to Northwestern. We got 2 practices in FJs before we had to leave for the Nationals. Maybe even 1, I feel like. And we basically were. I remember our crews. They were like, "Yeah, you got to sit backwards," and my crews were like, "What? What do you mean backwards?" They're like, "That doesn't make any sense." And I remember just being really confused myself and being like, "Okay, this is all really confusing." But yeah, so. Yeah, that's just that's a fun fact about the Midwest. So going to college sailing, I was like, but I kind of liked the FJs. Like I was like, whoa, I was like, I don't know how this works, but like this is kind of like a little bit easier to use.
Yeah,
You know?
No, I enjoyed my first year. I was incredibly confused and enjoyed sailing an FJ.
Yeah, I know. The confusion was real, but I was like, for some reason, this was pretty nice.
Sailing them in like two knots of current, and I'm just like, what is going on here?
Yeah,
looks like we're about to have maybe a finish. Are these boats coming up to finish?
I'm getting a word from Sherman Thompson, former Chicago kid as well. He's saying that Michigan practices in FJs the whole season, and Wisconsin has 6 as well. Northwestern has 6 turbo FJs, just like the MIT one. So I guess that was a pretty good 2-day practice we had.
What boat number did we get finishing first? It looks like
It might be like a 10, 12. It looks double digit to
Yeah.
me. But we will be sure to refresh the scores here. But yeah, I guess some other schools in the Midwest have some FJs, but I don't know. I'm not sure that we were ready to drive all the way out to Michigan or Wisconsin and practice in them. So we were like, what can we find in the Chicagoland area?
according to Amanda Callahan, Yale was the boat that finished first in that last race.
Lovely. So yep, that's a win for Yale, and Yale is currently sitting in 6th overall, so they will definitely be taking any points that they can get to bring them up on the leaderboard, especially when you know, especially after that win at team race. I mean, they talk about hungry. Imagine winning the trophy and then you're like, I want more.
Yeah.
This is not it. I want more. So, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, if anybody has any questions, any shout outs you want us to give, please go ahead. You can either text me or Preston, or go ahead and message it in the chats that are of the live feeds. I'm seeing that somebody gave Jack Agan, the Yale sailor, a shout out. Jack, from John Rogers, I see Jack Agan is the best youth sailor I've seen. He has it all. His comeback skills are especially amazing when he does need to come back. Not that often. His skills improve and his body language doesn't change a bit. And you know, that is without a doubt something very, very special about sailor, is being able to bounce back like that.
For sure. Especially in a regatta like this.
Yeah, especially. So, and yes, he is a very young sailor, and we have seen him put up quite a good performance without a doubt. So, folks, I am hearing that Preston will need to be leaving me shortly here. So, you're going to have to I'm going to give you guys a quick exit. I'll be hopping back on. I'm going to go look for a new co-host with me. This has been how the day has been going. I don't want to just talk to myself the whole time. So give me a few moments, and Preston is a very, very busy man. You know, as if you guys can tell, he is a very busy man. So he is getting dragged away from me, and I'm gonna go find my next person to join me here on the live broadcast with you guys.
Thanks so much, Gloria. This was great.
Oh, stop, please. You were lovely. Thank you, man. Hello to all of our viewers watching the racing right now. As you can see, our B Division sailors are currently sailing in. They were supposed to have a start, and we ended up canceling this start. All of our sailors are currently coming into shore for a storm delay. As you can see right off of the flagpole, we've got some pretty dark clouds coming in. And so stay tuned. We're just going to be in a little bit of a delay here. Thanks, folks.
Bye.